All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to begin our show. We are very pleased to have Dr. Hogue with us back today to judge our second half of the Lamb Show. Dr. Hogue, originally from Good Hope, Illinois, graduate of Black Hawk East Community College and the University of Illinois, earning his master's from Iowa State University and his PhD from Michigan State University. Mark is currently an associate professor at Western Illinois College, located in Macomb, Illinois, where his responsibilities include coaching the livestock judging team, teaching 3 courses per semester, managing the university swine unit, and advising the AGR Hoof and Horn clubs. Dr. Hogue has had the privilege of evaluating multiple county, state, and national swine and cattle shows over the past 20 years, and as well as market lambs on his resume. He has worked with youth from all over the country. Mark is supported by his wife, Katie, their 2 sons, Carter and Nolan, and their new baby girl, Nora Grace. The Hogue family has a rapidly expanding 4-H enterprise that encompasses raising show pigs, sheep, cattle, and a horse named Butters. Mark and Katie work hard to provide the valuable experiences to their children that they were fortunate to experience in their youth through agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Hogue a round of applause. Just a reminder that folks back home can watch the show today. If they go to the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo website, click on the Livestock Show tab, and then click on the Live Stream tab. They can watch the Lamb Show. As a reminder, Devin Sisk is the official show photographer here. You can order pictures here today at the backdrop. There are monitors set up to view your exhibitor's pictures, or you can visit her website, which is devinsiskphotography.com. She's also offering a USB drive with all of your exhibitor's pictures on it. You can visit the backdrop for more information. All first and second place animals will be tested today, and then we'll have their photos taken. But anyone is welcome to have a photo taken with their animal. Folks, we would ask today that you refrain from fitting in the staging area. If you need to do that, please do that before you get to the staging area. We don't want that going on, and we'd prefer to keep as many adults out of the staging area as possible, unless you're just trying to retrieve a halter or something. We'd ask that those things take place outside of the ring. This will be the first call for odd-numbered Class 18 Southdowns. Odd number, Class 18 Southdowns.
Welcome everyone back this morning to the San Angelo Market Lamb Show. An exciting Super Bowl finish last evening, and you get rolling today and reflected yesterday. Or last night on yesterday's events. Was very pleased with the depth and quality that we saw yesterday. We start out very, very rapidly with really good stuff here within our lightweight Southdown division. I thought the young lady in the blue, this is a good-bodied, really square-built lightweight Southdown that I thought was close to being kept. I thought just a nickel soft. Closes up at his dock relative to what we've got over there. Got some really good sheep in terms of their structure. What's interesting to me is the Southdowns, lightweight Southdowns, some of them change substantially when they're moving, and then when they're stopped, they really can present some different views. I tried to get the most consistent views of the best sheep up there, and with that stated, I think there's good pieces here. They're well presented. I thank you for getting up early this morning and getting your project ready to show. Let's congratulate them along ringside. Job well done. We'll send them back to their pen.
Again, your odd-numbered Class 18 Southdown should be checking in at the staging. Odd number Class 18.
I sure think the lightweight Southdowns are maybe kind of a deceiving or difficult group to put together, because as we go down the alignment here, there's some Southdown sheep that I love their hip, I love their stifle, and I love their rear view. You step off to the side and their underline doesn't fit in them quite as well, or they're not quite as well built. Then you get some on the profile that you like that tend to close up and fade too much as you get in behind them, and I think that gets difficult. The top pair, once you watch these sheep in motion and once you get in and handle them, for a lightweight Southdown class, these two, to me, need to surface. How are they separated? They're the pair of powerfully muscled, good handling Southdown wethers within this class that are fresh and tight in their hide. The young ladies, the sheep that starts this class is the better built sheep in terms of length of neck, where the base of his chest and shoulder fit in his rib cage, and from there back I think he transitions into a little broader, more correct hip and hock design. That's a good built sheep, and he'll overbrace on occasion and he'll come up in his top. Initially I didn't like that. All of a sudden he gets out and cruises, and then he's fine and good to go from that standpoint. The sheep in second, as I indicated, massive muscle, really round bodied, good thick made sheep, a little jammed up front in terms of his length of neck, and I don't see that symmetry that I do in the class winner. Now, in terms of just taking a picture of a Southdown show sheep, I really like the one in third on the stand. Love his hip, love the shape he's got to his leg. What's a little deceiving about this guy is you get in and handle him, I'd like to make him a little more aggressive in his shape down his top line, and then in motion he is the shortest striding sheep of the initial four, and as a result we change his hock design in motion. He's one of those typey kind of show ponies that you want to take a picture of in terms of functionality and shape. I'd want to make him go a little better. Initially, when this sheep come in the ring, I thought he would be one of my top 2 or 3. I went down and handled him, and I don't know if he wasn't braced right or what, but he didn't hit me with maybe the best loin shape and the freshest loin shape. He's a little wrinkly hided, but man, this thing's good hipped. He's got a great shape. When the young lady gets him going, I really like him. I think this sheep, I loved parts of him when I saw him. Then a couple times it made me a little nervous on his views, so I want him to be a little more consistent in his quality views that he gave me. But that's a good built, stout hip sheep. Tighten his hide up, freshen his loin up a little, we're in good shape. When you're on top of the lamb in fifth, I like his handle, I like his spread, he's show ready. When you step away from the sheep, of the initial 5, he's the flattest bodied sheep that closes up the most when you get in behind him. So I love his handle. I want to change his body shape and proportions when you step away from him. Very similar. We get to this lamb that sits in 6th. From a rear view, he's a contender. Big hip, big top, big stifle. Step off to the side, he's a little tubey in his belly, a little refined in terms of his skeleton. So it's one of those views. You love this view. We change this a little bit. The young lady right here, I love this view. Length of neck, levelness of top line and structure. Step in behind this sheep and he closes up too much when you get in behind him. We're starting to see some inconsistencies of view. If you want to hang a sheep on the rail and just study carcass shape, this one might be as good in cutability as any. Step off to the side and he's a refined lamb that just is a little too tubey when you study his chest to flank relationship. That made me just a bit nervous. Great sheep in motion right here. He doesn't want to set up. He's always pulling back, and when you put that lamb on the profile, really difficult to study his lines. I love him in motion. He's really fighting the exhibitor on the stand, tough to see. Very similar story here. When this young man gets this lamb in motion, it's good. As soon as he tries to get into this sheep, he pulls down and away 100% of the time. I like that the young man just relaxed and let him stand. They're getting along good now, but it's tough to get that brace out of him that we see in the others above him. Good front 2/3 here. This lamb closes too much in his hip, flattens in his leg. We get to a big top sheep down here, a little compact, a little short structured on the profile. Conversely, this is a big pretty sheep that's hard handling in class. Looks a little tall and skinny to me out here in this lineup. Got a really stout one here, a little deeper in his chest relative to his flank, a little looser in his hide, and then a pair of good built sheep down here that just need to be opened up from one end of their skeleton to the next. So my compliments, a really interesting class to put together. Let's congratulate the Southdown exhibitors.
Once again, we are so pleased to have the Texas Lamb Breeder Association as a major sponsor for the Market Lamb Show. Total contributions of almost $700,000, which is just phenomenal. $77,000 already this year alone. They will be paying out $1,000 for 5th place through 9th place in the fine wools, fine wool crosses, Southdowns, and medium wools. 10th place will receive $1,000 from the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo Association. We also have $1,500 breed champion scholarships and $1,000 reserve champion scholarships. And for the Southdown breed, those will be provided from the Tom Humphreys family. So we thank them for their support as well. This will be the first call for even-numbered Class 18 Southdowns. Even-numbered Class 18 Southdowns. Results from the first class of Southdowns. First place went to Talon Eaton, GymNet FFA. Breeder was Eaton Club Lambs. Second went to Jackson Zimmerman, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. Third was Dalton Hamilton, Falls County 4-H. Breeder was Harbor Livestock. Fourth, Kylie Gregory, Montgomery County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. In fifth, we have Kendall Bone, Brazos County 4-H. Breeder was Colpin. Sixth went to Gracie Phillips, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was West Southdowns. Seventh went to Laney Bone, Brazos County 4-H. Breeder was Colpin. Eighth went to Blake Warren, Kinney County 4-H. Breeder was Robinson Spradlin. In ninth, we have Gentry Phillips, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder is West Southdowns. And 10th went to Preston Isom, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Once again, the challenges remain strong out here, and a couple very close calls I wanted to point out. A couple of nice built sheep there that need just a little more shape and muscularity. Got one here that's, loaded with meat and muscle. To me, just a little coarse in his entire pattern. Got one here, just a nickel, flatter bodied but extended. This one, good rib sheep, good structured sheep there. A little pinched at his dock. Front 2/3 of this lamb I almost kept, and he was very, very close. I'd like to make him more consistent in his levelness and fullness out of his hip and stifle relative to the front 2/3 of his body. Couple of nice extended sheep there that need more shape to them. Down here was another one. I like when this sheep gets in on the stand and the young lady gets to driving him. A little plain in terms of his shape and handle, and then when he gets in motion, I want to maintain just a more correct hip and just a stronger stifle joint in him than what there is. Really good, thick, muscled sheep, a little loose-hided for me. Couple of nice built ones right in here that need more muscle. I really like the skeleton of this one, a little shallow in his twist. This young lady was another one very close to being kept, but when she's not driving him, this lamb won't be as correct on his hind leg as he needs to be. Incredible handling quality down his top. Then our final sheep just needs to be more aggressive in terms of his shape. I believe we've got 10 in this particular group. Got another half to sort through. Let's please compliment and congratulate the young people out here on their job. Well done.
Your odd-numbered Class 19 Southdowns can check in at the staging. Odd number Class 19 Southdowns.
You never know what's coming from the first heat to the second heat, and just by luck of the numbers, our second heat, it didn't take me long to go down there and pull out 10 to 12, and so we're at 20 plus. So before we make a few comments here, or before we excuse the sheep, really a good handled lamb up here, and I love his outline and symmetry. He's a little refined and a little tubey in terms of his body. Got a couple of thicker made ones right here in 2, 3, and 4, even 5 at 6. You know, they're good sheep in terms of their build and structure. They don't have that pop to their top and that shape. Got a real thick, stout one here that's just a little masculine and mature through his head and chest, but I like his thickness and width. Got a nice high cut ability, Southdown weather right here, that his design's a little off in terms of his spine and carriage. I thought this one was close to being kept. I like him on the stand. When that boy's driving him, is really good. When he goes and pulls him and asks him to lead, his top will come up and his stifle and leg muscle will close up. He needs to wrap with more down low. Got a real good bodied one here. Got a real good shaped one here. A little refined and a little plainer in terms of his feature, but I like his thickness and shape. A big rib, sound structured one there. Just needs a little more muscularity. So I think close calls. It's going to be a great set of Class 2 Southdowns to sort through. I ask you, put your hands together and show some appreciation for the young people. They're really doing a nice job this morning.
if there are 5 or 6 even numbers that are there and ready, they can take a few more in with these odds for this next class to even out the class, if there are 5 or 6 there that are ready.
as we continue to talk about the livestock and try to differentiate the differences. I sure think I like our top 3, 4, 5, and I like how I put them together, and I'll tell you the differences. I think what makes it tough is to be a show family or a parent of the exhibitors in 5 through 15 or 5 through 20, because, well, you know, you could justify so many different things. Does the judge want to focus a little more on handling quality, or does the judge want to focus a little more on build? And bouncing back and forth, I think, becomes a great challenge. At no point, to be honest with you, since this sheep was the last lamb in the ring within his group, was I probably not going to start with him. All I saw when he walked in the ring is I said, please handle good, because if you handle good, this is, in my opinion, what a Southdown sheep or any sheep needs to be built like, regardless of breed. Got a great body shape, got a great balance, and I think what allows him to balance is his length, and every part of his body and his elevation off the ground are truly in proportion and truly match. Get your hands on him. He's tremendous in his upper rib. He's really clean-bodied, really good handling. I thought that was a really good sheep to start with. 2 and 3, sort when they're in motion. These young people are incredible at showing sheep. So how do I equate or take out the showman to really study them? As I tend to walk them more, and I like to study livestock in motion. I think it's critically important. When I do that, the young man's sheep's better at his neck and shoulder assembly. He's a little nicer in terms of how he uses his hind leg when set in motion. This is a really good handling sheep that's got a great pattern and symmetry. Now, to run with that one, you got to have a bigger rib cage, got to be a little wider skeleton, but I really think width and muscle is similar in these two, and this guy's better built in his shoulder as it transitions into his top line. The young lady here can drive a sheep any day for anybody, in my opinion. She can get a tremendous amount out of this lamb. When he's in motion, his depth and length to his blade, his shortness of neck will be a little more accented. She gets into him, and boy, that's all hidden, and it's really, really good. I like this lamb's handling quality. Just fix him up front a little bit. Initially, from the outside, this lamb's a contender. When you handle his body wall cover, for me, it was a little soft, and I want to clean that up. Got a beautiful pattern to him, got a beautiful presence, and he's a thick-bodied, thick-top sheep. I want to lean him up and make him a little higher a little higher cutability. The next lamb out, a little rougher in his top line, but I love this guy's structure. I love his ability to get out and move and go, and he's a high cutability sheep that's clean in his body wall. I want to freshen his loin up just a shade to go up in class. Young man here, in terms of just natural skeleton and build, might be as good as any. This lamb will pull back, and the challenge is he's not a real heavy muscled Southdown anyway. When he pulls back on the young man and won't want to drive forward, this guy just runs out of muscle in this particular drive. Probably get a little more tone and touch down his top line with this lamb, but when we get this sheep on the profile, he's deeper in his chest than he is at his flank, and he'll close up at his pin set the most of those initial 6. Got a tremendously good handling lamb, the young man in the red shirt's got. He's really, really high cutability, lean and shapely, but he's a little flat in his rib, a little skinny in terms of his middle, so we need to open him up. Got a real thick, chunky one here. You get your hands on his forerib, and he's just a little soft for me, like his stoutness and squareness. I'm sure for some of you, this lamb doesn't have enough stifle muscle to be this far up in class, but he does handle very good, and when he's in motion, I really like this guy's natural spine carriage. I love his structure. To go up in class, he needs more stifle. Thick and powerful, a little soft in his appearance. When he gets in motion from a profile, a little compact, a little soft. Young lady here got a wide skeleton, wide-ribbed one, needs to be a little fresher loin. Got a tremendously thick, great handling sheep right here that gets a little pronounced in his breastplate, gets a little plain in his profile when set in motion. We go from there. Got a great handling lamb that's not sound enough behind, but I love his touch and tone. Front 2/3 of his body are good. Got a real stout, real good structured one here. A little thick-necked, a little big in his chest floor. Big, pretty one. Big and pretty and really neat moving. Just needs a little more shape. As we go down from there, these are good sheep. Good pattern sheep right here. Need a little more muscle. Front 2/3 of this one are good. He's a little banana-legged when you get in behind him. A thick one here that's a little coarse and round in his pattern. Got a real pretty one here. Just needs to wrap with more muscle. Big round of applause. Great middleweight class of Southdowns.
In addition to the first and second place being tested, the third place out of this class will be tested as well. Our even-numbered Class 19 Southdowns can check in at the staging area. Even-numbered Class 19. Results from the second class of Southdowns. First place, we had Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. Second went to Clayton Ramsey, Brazos County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. Third went to Rhodolyn Dunham, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings Southdowns. Fourth, Hudson Lee, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. Fifth, Emily Green, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. Sixth, Jackson Zimmerman, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder is Fritz Southdowns. Seventh, Blake Jonas, Canyon FFA. Breeder was Mike Jonas Club Lambs. Eighth went to Rhodolyn Dunham, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. Ninth, Maddie Ferris, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. And 10th went to Drew Cheshire, Magnolia West FFA. The breeder was Colpen. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
in this first half of the heavyweight Southdowns. I think some real close calls. You get a breed that maybe isn't intended to go to heavyweights of any species of livestock, whether it be some continent or British breeds of cattle or some CPS breeds of hogs or Berkshires or something of that nature. It's difficult to manage composition as you are asking a breed to get to those heavyweights that maybe weren't intended to do so. So really body cover and handling quality starts to play a critical role. Got a pretty good built one down here, just a little flat when you get in behind him and study his shape, but he moves pretty good. Got one here, need more muscle. Got a nice bodied one there, needs to be stouter. Got a nice patterned one here that you get your hands on him, and I just don't know this pair if there's just enough shape to them. They got a little bit of extra cover over their body wall. Couple here need more muscle. Got a really nice patterned one the young lady does a good job with here. You get in behind him and his rib has started to spring towards maturity, and he wedges in the wrong direction from his mid-rib back. Good structured sheep here, need a little more muscle. Nice pattern one there, just a little different in terms of handling quality. Got a muscled up one here, just a little refined and a little round. Couple of big bodied ones on each side of him that just need more shape, more cutability. And so very close calls. I sure admire the young people in their efforts today. Their sportsmanship has remained solid throughout the last day and a half. Let's congratulate them, if you would please, on a job well done.
A pair of black and silver framed glasses were found on the ground. So if you're having trouble seeing, come up here to the announcer's booth and we'll try to fix you up. After this class, we'll have our Southdown Drive, so the first and second place exhibitors out of class 17 and 18 be thinking about it.
Tremendous heat of Southdown market lambs here, and we've got 22 or 3 or something of that nature. And I want to make sure that I get the right break. As much I'm as concerned with that as I am the upper end. And I think as we look at the sheep out here, there's some very, very, very close calls. Nice sheep in the first place spot there, needs a little more stifle. This was the closest call that I had out here, and I think as I study this lamb as an individual, I like him. I love his neck, his build, his attractiveness and cutability. But then I remind myself he's a heavyweight Southdown, and you get on top of this guy, I don't think there's enough rib cage and stifle, but I think his build is good. Nice pattern, good structured sheep here. A little too soft in his body wall. Young man gets a real good drive out of a big, stout, broad, thick kind of a Southdown in relation to his height. I want to drop his twist down and freshen him up just a shade. Good top line sheep that needs a bigger, stouter hind leg. Got a real good built one here, and I handled 2 different times. I want more shape. I want more tone to match a really good skeleton. I just can't get enough shape out of him. Good sheep here, a little soft in his forelimb, but a great built, great structured one. You span around, and it's the same story. We've got nice sheep in terms of pattern that need more muscle, or we've got muscle sheep that are a little soft in terms of their condition. Very, very close calls. Let's please congratulate the young people in your heavyweight Southdown Drive.
After this class, we'll have our Southdown Drive. So our first and second place exhibitors from class 17 and 18 can check in at the staging.
I'm not sure if the layering effect that we do and the waves that we do are the most effective, but I guess we got time to do it today, so we'll do it. Good built lamb right here at the front end. He's got to drive harder in the heavyweight class at San Angelo. He doesn't have enough tone to his top, but that's a good built one. I like the handling quality on this one. His hip structure, when he's in motion, he will drop down and pull his hind leg up underneath himself a little differently, but I like his cutability. Got a nice flat top line sheep here that's a little pronounced in his chest, a little light in terms of his muscularity, or narrows at his base as we take him to the ground. Thick, wide, stout one that's a little soft in terms of his body, and when the young lady gets him stretched out like that, it's tough to keep him collected and balanced. Got a nice top line one here that's just a little mature through his chest, lower body. Got a big, attractive, long-bodied, broad-topped one that's a little plain in his neck shape, a little shallow in his twist. Got a nice one here in terms of his levelness of lines. You get in behind him, the widest part of him is his forerib, and he'll fade as we go back from there. Got a real good muscle sheep down here that's fed right, managed right, and his high cut ability just a little rounder in his pattern on both ends of his framework. We're going to redrive the top 15 quick. Let's congratulate the 6 or 7 that remain here in the ring. I'm sure that folks are sitting along ringside, and I'll just get the pink elephant out of the corner in a hurry. How can the judge have the first place sheep and the second place sheep first and second because they don't look anything alike? My challenge to you is that we as livestock evaluators have to admire quality when it comes in a different shape or it comes in a different size. Then I will rephrase it and say the two soundest, best built, best handling sheep are in first and second. Now, one of them's a little more extended, one of them's a little bit of a low rider. Okay, it almost makes me feel like I've got a champion Southdown division, not a class, because of the size difference. Bottom line, it's all about individual proportionality for me. I don't like big sheep or big livestock. I don't like little livestock. I want them to balance, and the best balanced sheep for me is the one that wins this class. Relative to his length of neck, his flatness of shoulder, his body shape and muscularity, his athleticism on the move, and his cutability makes him the most proportional, nicest balanced sheep. Never have I gotten a poor view of this lamb, whether he's in motion, whether he's standing. Love, love, love so many things about the sheep in second. He's soft structured, he's big muscled, he's whiskey barrel ribbed, and he's flat backed, and I love all that. For me, I want that little bit extra reach out of his front end in terms of length of neck, the shape to his shoulder and breastplate, just a little more pronounced of what he is. If I could put these two in a blender and then mid-size and shoot the gap between the two, I think we'd be that utopian size that I'd like to settle into. I know that the sheep in third looks more like our class winner in terms of frame size and extension, and he is massive in terms of his handling quality, but he's also the most refined and the stiltiest in terms of his structure of those initial three, and I want to see him get out and go with a little more locomotion than what he does. Really a nice balance, nice bodied, complete sheep that sets in four. When I get in front of the lambs and I have them take their knee out, he's the softest in his chest. He's the most closed up in terms of his hip and pin set, but I love his basic balance and design and skeletal quality. He's not as toned up. He's not as lean and mean and fighting a machine as what those first three are. I moved this one up quite a ways, to be honest with you. Love this lamb in motion. I think he really gets out and goes well, and I like that a good deal. Study his base of his shoulder and pin set. He falls out of favor just a shade relative to those other three, but I like this guy's basic utility, a very, very functional Southdown market lamb. Get this one in motion, and I love how this one's built. Young lady doesn't get into him maybe quite as hard, and when she doesn't, he'll be just a little staler in terms of his loin. Perfect hip, perfect hind leg structure, a little more masculine through his front end. Awesome handling sheep, big, jacked up, pretty. Love his touch and tone. He needs to be sounder in terms of his structure for me when he gets in motion. Big leg fur and big top. I just want to see him get out and go a little nicer. Got a pair of thick, moderate ones here, just a little soft in terms of their forelimb. I like the carcass value in this lamb right here. Out here in a heavyweight Southdown class, he looks more like a middle. He looks a little refined and just not enough horsepower in him. Got a nice sheep here in the front 2/3. He gets a little off in his dock from a balance standpoint. Love the lamb here. When this sheep come in class, I thought, oh boy, we got one. He is built awesome. Really cool looking. He just doesn't have enough shape to his rack. Then he gets pretty high in terms of his twist. But that one, in terms of motion and ability to go uphill and drive, that one's pretty neat to study. Good sheep down here. Big muscle lamb needs to be sounder. Good handling sheep needs more belly. A little softer, plainer sheep closes the top 15. Let's put our hands together once again. Great class of heavies.
Just a reminder, we need no fitting taking place in the staging area. We're about ready to start our Southdown Drive. If we could please have the Tom Humphreys family come to the stage. We'll prepare for the division drive and scholarship presentation. Okay, I think we're ready to start our Southdown Drive. Out of Class 17, our first place exhibitor was Taylon Eaton, Jim Ned FFA. Second place went to Jackson Zimmerman, Robertson County 4-H. Out of Class 18, first place went to Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. And second went to Clayton Ramsey, Brazos County 4-H. Out of Class 19, first place went to Carson Milliken, Gaines County 4-H. And second place went to James Cochran, Christoval FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all these outstanding exhibitors a round of applause. We can go ahead and start checking in our odd-numbered Class 22 medium wools. Odd number Class 22 medium wools. Our results from the third class of Southdowns. First place, we had Carson Milliken, Gaines County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. Second went to James Cochran, Christoval FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. In third, we had Clayton Ramsey, Brazos County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz Southdowns. Fourth went to Tinley Wilson, Brownwood FFA. Breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. Fifth was Hallie Yates, Harper FFA. Breeder was Timothy Dartez. Sixth went to Derek Avon, Abilene Wiley FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. In seventh, we have Tanner Swinson, Hopkins County 4-H. Breeder was Chabot Club Lambs. Eighth went to Harley Holscher, Hockley County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. Ninth, Emily Bright, Hood County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. And 10th went to Peyton Crenwelge, Kerr County 4-H, and the breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
really enjoy the Southdown breed, and my compliments to what you folks have put together in terms of genetics out here. I think it's really, really interesting, and what I find most interesting is when you get into a breed, whether it be Dorpers or fine wools, fine wool crosses, and you try to make them something that they're not intended to be, or you want to change the entire frame size or muscularity or endpoint market weight within a species, I think, or within a breed, gets really to be challenging, because there's been a little variation within the Southdown breed throughout the classes where we're at frame size wise and where we're at shape and cutability. We focus on the class winners and the second place sheep out here to study, and I am very pleased with what we have to study, what we have to look for, and you look at our three class winners, and I think that the light and middleweight sheep are moderate and right in their frame size and stout. We got our heavyweight class winner that's just a pure picture in terms of lines and extension and symmetry. So what's the questions you got to ask yourself? Is there enough rack shape in the heavyweight? Is there enough leg muscle relative to what these Southdowns are? You handle the three of them, and I think there's one without a doubt that excels by, to me, some margin in terms of handling quality. There's one of them out here that's just incredibly balanced, incredibly perfect structured, incredibly good in terms of their rib. I think Reserve's going to get a little close. I think Champion, in my opinion, in a very competitive show, from my standpoint, is non-negotiable. Let's congratulate all 6 of these exhibitors, and we'll go shake the hand of your champion, Southdown. I'll tell you folks when it's close, and I'll tell you folks when it's not close, in my opinion. I like the lightweight. That's a cool little deal. He just needs more time to catch up to the middle and heavyweight. The middleweight second place sheep, by some margin, handles more like our class winner. I love where this sheep's at frame size wise. He's the handling sheep of this pair that's got incredible responsive tone and touch and freshness. The heavyweight is better a shot better in terms of his hip and hind leg motion. I like that about him. I love his extension. I love his pattern. I wondered about in class, where does he fit bulk-wise? That fine line of pretty versus power. He's pretty. Is there enough power? We got a really pretty one here that has more power if he's sound enough behind. That's what I think the difference is. My compliments to all of you. Who looks most like our champion? Second place, Middles Reserve.
Champion Southdown goes to Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H, and Reserve goes to Clayton Ramsey, Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. We will have our scholarship presentations. Reagan will receive $1,500, and Clayton will receive $1,000, donated from the Tom Humphreys family for the Southdown breed. Congratulations, and thanks to that family for their support. Again, our odd-numbered Class 22 medium wools should be checked in at the staging. Okay, I've been told that we will break for lunch after the second class of medium wolves. So after class 23, but we'll only break for like 30 minutes. So after class 23, which is the second class of medium wolves, we'll have a 30-minute lunch break. Even numbered class 22 medium wolves can check in at the staging. Even number class 22 is welcome to check in at staging.
As we go through the mediums, I assess each class in terms of where the natural break is. I believe there's 12 or 13 in this heat that all were really powerful, muscled, square-billed, hard-handling sheep. I think structure maybe might be some variation amongst the group, but as you span this particular set that's still out here for lightweight market lambs, I want a little more body shape. I want a little more to them. They've got the frame to go up in weight. In my opinion, I would go ahead and do that. Got a nice built one down here that I'd like to intensify muscularity. I thought he was close. Got a nice built one down here that I think bodies up appropriately for his weight and frame size. Just needs more muscle. The rest of them, as we go down the line, a little tall, a little skinny. Just want to open them up in terms of their skeletal width. Let's congratulate them, if you would, please, for their efforts as we start the mediums.
We need Callie Smuts from Stephenville, Brooke Jones from Abilene Wiley, and Sophie Bradshaw from Randall County. Please check in at the staging. We're still missing 3 lambs. Need you to check in at the staging.
I'll get it for you.
Once again, a couple of very, very close calls out here. One of the closest ones is a real heavy built sheep right here. love his feature, love his foot and strength about his head and skeleton. He's a little off in terms of his hip when he gets in motion, and both on the stand. I want to lengthen his rump out, bring his pin set up a little bit, but I like that one. Down here, there's a boy in a blue shirt that's got a really good hip and hind leg design and a sheep that's nice bodied. For this lightweight medium wool class, I want him just a little more exotic in terms of how he handles in his rack. But I think that one's pretty interesting. Built sheep. As we span the rest of them, we start to see that for lightweight medium wools, they're a little skinny, a little taller, a little flatter design kind of sheep. They're well presented. Got a real nicely presented one down there in the corner but just doesn't have enough horsepower to him. Good set. There's 20 stouties that we've got to sort through. Let's go ahead and congratulate and the efforts and appreciate the young people and their efforts today.
Odd number class 23 medium wools can check in at staging. Odd number class 23. Reminder, after class 23, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. If we could get a representative for Callie Schmutz and Brooke Jones to come up to the staging area. If you're in the barn, a representative for Callie Schmutz and Brooke Jones. Thank you.
I think a great way to start the middles out here, or the medium wools, excuse me. I tell you, you could sort through these a lot of different ways and a lot of different directions because there's a lot of different kinds out here. There's muscle sheep that maybe structurally a little off. I think there's pattern sheep that maybe could use a little more muscle, and as you navigate through them, it's very, very difficult. The judging team, as students, or the students that I work with and family that I work with, we always like to talk about the unique one always goes third. And that sometimes bothers me when I show livestock, and the judge will say, oh, the breeding piece and a gilt shows in third for crossbred gilt, but she's got too much in a show ring, and I don't like that. So I don't want to be a judge that puts the unique one third. To be honest with you, this thing come in the ring, and I'm thinking to myself, unique, there's got to be a structure problem somewhere because it's got baby elephant feet, it's got big fur, it's got a flat back and a big hip. There's got to be something wrong at some point. Well, I walked him a couple times because the young lady will get to wedging his neck back down in him, and I don't think he likes that very good. And so what I do like the most is when these two are walking, it's cool to watch. I mean, this thing is incredibly stout, incredibly wide, really, really powerful in terms of his feature, yet good in his design, and I think in motion he wins, and I think right there on the stand, that is one that you walk through the barn when they're standing on the rack, you stop and you take a double take and say, what is that, and where did that come from, and what is it out of, because I want more stock like that. The two, sheep in second, is my go-to happy place. He's safe, he's balanced, he's complete, he's sound, he's all of the above. The challenge is when you get in these top three, he runs out of horsepower in his hip and stifle. If he's got enough for you, then he can win this class. I want a little more uniqueness in terms of shape, a little more horsepower in his stifle and twist to run with that sheep that wins our class. The showman of the showman is in third. This young man can get a massive hip and stifle and a massive rack and a massive top set up really good. This sheep moves good. There's nothing wrong with this sheep's structure. When I walk him a couple times and I measure the distance from here to the base of his shoulder and how he hooks his neck in and then how he'll deviate just a little there and be a little coarser there, I thought this guy's subtleness of lines fell out of him a little bit. He's got more muscle. He probably looks more like our class winner. I thought 2 and 3 were very, very close in my opinion. I want to transition. He's so unique in his pieces, but I want his pieces to transition from one region of his body to the next a little better. Interesting show sheep right here. You can't get one any flatter hip. You can't get one any more looking like a little show pony out here when he's prancing. It's a cool looking deal. He's a little stilty on both ends, and when you really get into the sheep, he doesn't have as much genuine skeleton as the ones that precede him in class. Love the muscle, love the shape, love the stoutness. This guy will always be a nickel short in his pattern, whether it be his distance and length of neck, whether it be from his blade to his hip. He's always going to be a lightweight, in my opinion. I want a little more reach, want a little more continuation in him. Parrot mouse sheep coming next. I like this guy's handle. You put him on the profile and study chest to flank relationship. He runs out of that symmetry more so than what the others do above him. Same for this sheep. I love his handle out here in this powerful class. He's the flattest bodied sheep that runs out of horsepower. Want to move him, just open him up. Nice lay him here in motion, get him in the final drive, and he's a little off in terms of his balance. He doesn't handle quite as aggressively in the middle part of his loin as what we do over there. Ripped up muscle right here, cool, shaggy legged, almost too much. He's a little coarse in his pattern, in his muscle pattern from his rack into his loin. Big pretty sheep, love the build, love the extension, needs more muscle. Blue sheep here, I want a little more consistent shape, a little nicer shape and consistency over his loin. Open his rack up a little bit, but that's a quality built one. We go down from there. We got some nice pattern sheep, don't have as much muscle. We round the corner, and down here we got a couple thick muscly ones that are a little round and terminal in their build. Got a bigger, prettier one that just needs more twist and stifle. Tremendous class. Let's put our hands together for an incredible set of medium weights.
No.
Just a reminder, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after this class. And as a reminder, you can get your photos taken at the backdrop with Devin Sisk Photography, and you can view and order those photos online. All first and seconds must get a picture taken, but anybody else is welcome to as well. Our even-numbered Class 23 medium wolves can check in. Even numbers for the second class of medium wolves, Class 23. Results from the first class of medium wools. In first place, went to McKinley Clem, New Home FFA. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms. Second, went to Preston Isom, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder was Jimmy Struby. Third, went to Logan Jackson, Lipan FFA. Breeder is Miller Hampshires. Fourth, went to Waylon Davis, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder was Jimmy Struby. Fifth was Katie Price, Smithson Valley FFA. Breeder is Mike Jonas. Sixth, went to Tyler Robertson, Giddings FFA. Breeder was Neff Livestock. Seventh, went to Gracie Phillips, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was TGAP Livestock. Eighth, Bryce Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. Breeder was Faro Hampshires. Ninth, went to Brindley Cody, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder was Miller Hampshires. And 10th, went to Sydney Hanslick, Gymnet FFA. Breeder was Neff Livestock. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Wanted to walk them around a couple times to just study. I got confused on one we pulled there that wasn't sure, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna move on. As you look at these sheep that remain along the ringside, I think some very close calls. First sheep's good built, needs more twist, and third lamb down, love his muscle, just a little raw in terms of his loin. Nice built one here that needs more feature and substance. This one was real close to being kept. I thought structure and hind leg design was a little too different for me, but I really like that one. As we go around, there's some good sheep. There's a fine wool cross over there, speckled, that's nice, but doesn't have enough tone and shape, and a medium wool division. A little softer handling, 4-rib sheep there that's got a good build. I like pretty good. A big Suffolk appearance sheep. Handles good out here, a little tall, a little more streamlined in his belly line that I'd like to see. The other one I really wanted to comment on was this sheep. Good hip, good hind leg, good twist, and stifle set in him. When the sheep gets in motion, his shoulder and chest really drop out of him. I thought he needed a little more symmetry and balance. Close calls. Let's put our hands together. This is a tremendous set of sheep to sort.
Still missing about 6 lambs for the even numbered class 23. So if you have an even number class 23, please check in at the staging. Our even numbers are about to enter the ring, and as a reminder, after this class, we will have a 30-minute lunch break. We need Cynthia Parker from Lampasas at the staging. Cynthia Parker.
We're at 26, and I'm supposed to be at 15. I never was very good with math. There's two ways to look at that. You can think to yourself, well, the judge isn't sure what he wants, so he just keeps a whole bunch of them. Or we can look at it in a positive nature and think there's that many good sheep at San Angelo this year that it doesn't take very long to get to 26 retained within a class of medium wools. Love the build of this sheep. I need more tone. I need more horsepower. Great constructed. And I mean this in a positive nature. I'd really like a set of ewes built like him. In a market lamb setting, I need just a little more definition, a little more shape. Got some nice ones here in terms of muscularity. Don't maybe have the feature. Got a couple speckles out here that I really like. Little guy down here in the blue. If this lamb had a little more stifle muscle, I'd really like how he handles down his top line. He just runs out of horsepower from there back. Got a couple of nice sheep here. I wanted to comment on these two. This is a hard-handling, tall-fronted sheep. Structurally, I guess I couldn't buy into this one as much, just a little rigid. The next fine wool cross influence sheep here, I like on the stand, falls out of favor just a little bit in terms of balance and motion. You go down, there's a nice built one here, level hip, flat backed, a little refined. I thought that one was pretty good sheep. That one needs a little more shape. And as we close the remainder of the class, good kinds of sheep, maybe just not the totals that we're seeking. We're going to resort the top 26. Before we do, please congratulate the efforts of our exhibitors. the decisions remain very, very challenging and very close out here. The brown-eared, speckle-influenced one we've got up front, I think, is a really, really good sheep. When we put him in a medium weight or a medium wool division of crossbreds, he's too flat in his body shape, and it just runs out a natural width to the center part of his skeleton. Got a good handling sheep that just gets a little tubey, a little raw in terms of his loin. Got a really nice balanced one here that looks very, very nice on the side. You get your knee out of him in motion. He's a little heavy chested, a little higher condition kind of sheep, but I love his skeletal quality. Got a really interesting sheep to study in motion, flat hipped, great top line, great extension, really a good handling sheep up high. He hits me a little refined out here relative to his contemporaries. Got a good muscled sheep here that falls out of balance just a shade in motion, like his shape up high. Got a high cut ability, long bodied one that gets a little plain when you study his profile. We've got 3 thick and chunkies right here that are stout, square, big hip. I like all that about them. Out here, they're a little thick-hided, a little pelty-hided, and just don't have that tone and definition. And then the blue sheep, big, pretty sheep, just not enough to him in terms of width of skeleton. Please put your hands together. I know the decisions are tough. You folks have put a lot of time in with these projects. The quality within the Market Lamb show today and yesterday has been absolutely tremendous to study and put together. This top pair of sheep, I absolutely love both of them, and I think they're really, really good. And I think it's, some discussion amongst the pair. The sheep that without a doubt puts the most substance and the most look and presence and skeletal quality together with a really good handling quality is the blue sheep we start with within this drive. Got a great symmetrical look about his lines. I think his muscularity matches his frame size. I think his extensions match his body mass. As a result, he's truly uniquely balanced out here. Got a great handle, really good there, just a very solid class winner. Now, in terms of just sheer raw horsepower, I absolutely love this one in second. When he's in motion, he is flat backed, he is flat hipped, he is whiskey barrel ribbed, and got a really hard touch to him. I love that. He's a little more plain about his neck and shoulder assembly, but yet it matches his body and framework. I think he's got a lot of horsepower. There's a little more pretty there. There's a little more horsepower here. Both are very, very good in my opinion. The sheep in third didn't want to show the best for the boy, but I tell you, this lamb is one of the one of the three hardest handling, really high cut ability, really good shape sheep out here. His hip structure gets him in trouble when he's in motion relative to the top pair, but that's really a powerful lamb. I like a good deal. Young lady here's got a great balanced sheep in motion. When she sets him up, she'll jam his neck back into him, and he doesn't stand as collected. I don't think he's as strong and as natural with the skeleton as those top three, but he's built right. He's beautiful hip. I like his balance and symmetrical views. I like him in motion a good deal. Got a great high cut ability sheep here that's a little tighter bodied, a little shallower flank kind of sheep, but man, he's big, he's pretty, he's high cut ability, and he's good shape. I just want to match that extra extension with a little more rib design if we could. The next sheep out in terms of build, I absolutely love. Big foot, big hind leg, big broad back in him. If you roll your hand down his body wall, he's the highest conditioned in his elbow. I want to lean him up. If we could lean him up in class, he would hit that top three slot in a hurry. Just a little soft for me today. Got a massively good muscled sheep right here, and I love his handling quality. He's a little refined and a little tight in his skeleton, a little short in his hip, but tremendous shape. Really pretty blue sheep that's got a great build to him, got a great way about him in terms of athleticism. I want to just roll his rack up a little stronger, and I think he's the most pinched in his loin of the six that precede him in class. Drop his twist down, then we got a game day player within this particular class. Nice sheep here, run out of substance from a profile, but man, you study him as an individual, you love his build. He narrows up in the lower part of his body more than I'd like to see, but I like his shape. I like his pin set. Got a great shape to his hip and thigh muscle that I really like to see. Blue sheep's great built, needs more rack, needs more top. Just entirely down his top line. He runs out of power there, but a really athletic, good built sheep. Got the speckled wool pick lamb here, flat hip, really neat, really round ribbed. His shoulder sets in him funny out here. He's a little discombobulated in his knee and shoulder design, but I like him from there back. Sheep here is a little soft to the touch, but great built, really good structured, wide skeleton. Awesome in terms of handling quality here. A little plainer hind-legged, a little poor balance from a profile. Love the shape and width of skeleton that this sheep has. His shoulder separates from his body the most of the sheep that precede him. Got a really nice built one down here. Didn't handle the natural shape and the true muscle, the twist and stifle that we had in some of those other lambs. Class 2 presented tremendous quality. My compliments to all the exhibitors and their families.
Okay, we will make the first call back after lunch about 12:30 and get started about 12:40. This will be a first call for odd-numbered Class 24 medium wools. Odd number, Class 24. Your odd-numbered Class 24 medium wolves can check in at the staging. If you have an odd number, Class 24, please check in at the staging at this time. We'll be starting the class here in just a minute. Again, your odd-numbered Class 24s should be at the staging. Can have the even numbered class 24 medium wools. They can check into the staging. Even number class 24. Results from the second class of medium wools. In first place, we had Max Fisher, Burke Burnett FFA. Breeder was Mike Fisher. Second went to Briley Turner, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder was Cochran Livestock. In third, we had Carter Long, Andrews County 4-H. Breeder is Faro Hampshires. In fourth, we have Kendall Edwards, Southdown FFA. Breeder is Mike Fisher. Fifth went to Bailey Owen, Mason FFA. Breeder was Brister Club Lambs. Sixth was Caitlin Chabot, Falls County 4-H. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farm. Seventh went to Cameron Kernwelge, Kerr County 4-H. Breeder was Kernwelge and Goldman. Eighth went to Sawyer Harris, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Cochran Livestock. Ninth was Madison Barbie, Wimberley FFA. Breeder was Lazy K Livestock. And in 10th was Keegan Edwards, Southdown FFA. Breeder was Newsom Livestock. Congratulations to these exhibitors. There was some lost money found and has been turned into the livestock office. If you're missing your money and you know how much it is and can identify that with the office, you can go check with them. Need 5 more of the even-numbered Class 24 lambs to the staging.
Had a nice lunch break, and it doesn't take very long to figure out when these sheep start rolling in Class 3. There's some absolute heat that's going to be presented this afternoon for you folks to study from the outside and for me to discuss within the ring. Close calls, good-bodied sheep, good structured, needs more muscle. I'm frustrated. I'm at 12. If I keep this sheep, that's 13. I love his build, and I love his quality and kind. The challenge is I know what I've already pulled, and I think he's going to run out of body, just width and power. He's a little tied up in the middle of his back, but that's an incredibly good sheep to not get pulled, but at this level of competition, it just speaks volumes for the San Angelo Stock Show. That's a close call. Good made, good pattern sheep there up front, 2/3, gets a little off in terms of his dock set and where his hock is within his framework. Really nice one there. You know, this guy's breed influence, there's 2 of them in here. There's this one, and there's one down there, and you consider their breed influence showing in the medium wools. They are really, really good, but the problem is neither one of them spines sit in them like a medium wool. They're a little more non-medium wool looking in terms of their top line. As a result, that one's going to stay against the rail. Good sheep there, not defined enough, but I like his build. You come around, they're big, stout, nice, attractive, good handling sheep there that runs out of rib, runs out of skeletal width. Like I said earlier, I really like that one if his loins and top line set in him better. We make the turn down here, long-bodied, good structured, high cutability sheep. Just need more muscularity and shape down their top line. Incredibly close calls. I do know that there's some heat pulled up against this rail. We got another larger heat to go through, so we better cap it at 12. Let's congratulate and really put your hands together. This is a tremendous set of sheep.
Even numbers are about to go in, so if there is still any even numbered Class 24s, you need to be at the staging area. Still need Julia Green and Sydney Newsom to the staging area. Class is going in the ring. This will be a first call for Class 25 odds. Odd numbers, Class 25, can check in at the staging. had a silver bracelet found. If you are missing your bracelet, you can come up here and talk to us.
I believe we kept 12 in the first heat. I promised Watt that I would stay at 15 or less, and I lied to him, and I'm sorry, Watt. I kept 16, but hey, it's the nature of the beast. I could keep 20 so fast, it'd make your head spin. Like the first sheep a good deal in terms of balance, a little soft. This one here is real close to being kept. I like this sheep right here as an individual. The challenge is when I consider the counterparts that he's got to show against, he's going to run out of that exotic shape in his top. He's going to run out of leg power, but that's a great built sheep. I like a good deal. Big muscle right there. Doesn't maybe transition quite as smooth. Got a nice made one there. Want a little more tone. I like the handling quality of this one's loin. Out here he just doesn't have enough to him in terms of bulk and rib and mass relative to some of those. That's a very, very close call there. Got some plainer sheep here that do have some cutability, just not enough muscle. This one's very, very close. You consider him a medium wool today. He's too soft in his body. So that's a good one there. This one needs more muscle, but pretty. You span around. This one right here, I love to watch in motion. I think this is a really, really good sheep in motion. When we get him a little stretched out here, his loin breaks down. He doesn't have enough shape. That's a good sheep that I really thought about keeping, but I'm afraid he's going to run out of muscle. You could continue to span down. Really good, really good. This sheep here, front 2/3 are good. His loin's not fresh enough to run at this level, but that's a tremendously good sheep. And then we close with a little bit of plainer featured ones that are sound structured. We've got 28 to sort through, and I tell you what, it is going to be one interesting event to sort through because there is a tremendous amount of heat that's up in that holding area right now. Before we do that, please put your hands together. It doesn't get much better than this. It's your medium wool show.
Odd number Class 25s should be checked in or checking in at the staging. Odd number Class 25. In addition to the first and second place being tested, we will test the sixth place out of this class.
I don't like judges that get on the microphone and start a phrase with "I apologize" because that shows that they don't believe in what they're doing. I do need to apologize because my wife and boys will tell you when I'm deep in thought, my mouth tends to hang open and I turn into a little bit of a mouth breather. And I've caught myself on 3 occasions out here with my jaw wide open trying to figure out what on this green earth I'm going to do with all of this quality out here. Absolutely incredible. And I tell you, before we talk about these, I want you to put your hands together for every one of these sheep and the breeders behind these sheep. There's going to be kids that don't get pulled today, and there's going to be kids that don't get in the top 5 that, in my opinion, have incredible sheep. You can't get a better handling one than this one. When this one moves, he'll pull his hock in, and I want him to drive with more athleticism off of his hind leg. And out here, he doesn't have the horsepower of a stifle joint and twist that some of these do, but a beautiful handling sheep. Love the skeletal design of this one. He's a little long in his blade, and he fades right here just a shade. He, too, is one of the 2 sheep out here that I thought visually would look like they have a little more to them. Tremendous, big bone, great structure, run uphill kind of sheep here. We need to open his upper rib up right there. You put your hands on him, and there is some beast over there. He's not round enough in terms of his forerib. Got a thick muscled one here that planes out. In this level of competition, I want a little more unique look up front, a little more unique style than what he's got, but his utility and width is incredible. Good handling sheep that runs out of horsepower from his midrib down. Got a nice pattern lamb right here, just doesn't tie deep enough with his muscularity. Skeletal quality and design, tremendously good. Got a really neat kind of looking, kind of a show pony kind of deal out here with this one. He's a little soft over his forerib. To me, he's not as genuine, maybe just a nickel straight in terms of his hind leg. But, I mean, he is woolly-legged and flat-backed and pretty interesting to study. Tremendous amounts of muscle. To me, a little round, a little compact, and it doesn't look as smooth. And I know it's a muscle-driven industry, but I want a little smoother pattern than what that is. This boy's shown some good stalk today. This is another one of them. Tremendous reach and elevation. For a big, long-bodied one, he'll fade just a little here around his flank line. He looks like he's cinched up there just a nickel to make it to the other side. Awesome built sheep right there. Doesn't handle with enough rack. A little pelty in terms of his hide. Big, pretty one here that needs more foot and foundation. Got a big, broad-topped one that's a little softer to the touch, a little staler. Then we've got an excellent handling sheep down here that's a little stilty off of his rear leg when he goes in forward motion. I want to see just a little more reach and a little more drive off of his hind leg. We're going to resort these on this side. I would ask once again, please put your hands together for every one of these young people that definitely deserve it. but a good kind of sheep also. Very, very close calls. We're going to resort 26 at the top end of this class. Please congratulate the exhibitors, if you would. Been a nice San Angelo.
Our first and second place exhibitors from classes 22 through 24 can check in at the staging area. We'll have the medium wool drive after this class.
Once again, tremendous quality. There's 20 some out here, and to get to 15 is a daunting task. If you ask me, the first lamb in line here, love the basic balance. When you study him as an individual, he's a balanced, quality, good structured kind of sheep. In this level of competition, he hits me just a nickel plain. Then when you get in behind him, he's not one of those extra big pinned, big hip sheep to start with. What's there is good. I need more of it in this particular drive. On the stand, this one could really be pulled when this one gets in motion. He's a little steep in little steep in his shoulder. Chest drops out of him. We need to change his balance and motion. The next lamb out I like is rib and flexibility. He's a little staled over his loin, but I like his ability to get out and go very, very comfortably. Got a good front two-thirds of a sheep here the boy's got. He'll tend to wedge down in his loin and not have the twist and depth to the inner portion of his leg. Probably the next closest call is the speckle here that I would pull across if I was going to pull 16. I like this guy's upstanding rack shape. I like he's elevated up front in this particular drive. He's got shape. When he gets in motion, he won't have nearly level flat back and drive off of his hind leg like some of these medium wolves did. A couple nice sheep here that fall out of balance. Their shoulder, top of their blades opening up a little bit. They're losing that flank line, but really good top sheep. They maintain good muscularity and freshness in. Got a loaded up, really stout one here. Wedges down too much in his loin and pinches there as his loin hooks into the front side of his hip. Got a lamb here that just a little flatter made when he's in motion, but I like his cutability and trimness. Got a real sound structured one here that's almost a little too loose structured. Comes apart in his top line. Then we got a muscular sheep down here that's a little rounder in his pattern on both ends of his framework. A little soft in his forerib for me. Great class. My compliments. A very fitting way to finish a tremendous heavyweight division. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
It's on still.
much. I think I'd catch on after a while. Once again, the power out here is absolutely staggering to go ahead and put the differences and the pieces of the puzzle together. And I totally get if you're second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth through 15th and think that you should have been in a different alignment mixed within there. I can sure justify it. I'm going to tell you the priorities that I used. But you could sure reprioritize the differences appropriately. But I am here to tell you I never was not going to start with this one. This one is one wide skeleton, big broad back, big upper rib, flat hip, real muscle sheep that gets out and travels, handles himself really, really good. I think he's the right frame size. He's the right width of skeleton to where everything fits. And I think this sheep right here is the one that you build the class around. Now, after that, in my opinion, you could do a lot of different things. From a skeletal quality standpoint, I think the sheep in second is most like our class winner in terms of feature, power, strength, substance, and looseness of structure and mobility. Before we get really excited about this one, absolutely having to be second for a heavyweight sheep, I want him to have more spread down his top line. I called it enough in this particular drive because I love his feature, I love his strength, and just got a lot of power to his skeleton. Some, critics will say he needs more muscle. Critics will call him probably a little deeper on the bottom side of his neck. But bottom line, he caught another gear relative to our sheep in third. If we just picture judge sheep from a still photo setting and handled sheep like we would in a judging contest in a rack, this one might win. He is rip-backed, high cut ability, and absolutely gargantuan hiney on this guy. The problem is when he gets in motion, he's the shortest in his step off of his rear two, and I wanted him to just get out here and reach a little farther than what he did. I walked him twice. I thought 2 and 3 is one of those examples where they're great stock, but they're different kinds of great livestock, and it's a matter of where you want to put your priorities. Really like the freshness, the handle. I thought this one's youthfulness would be to his advantage in this class. By the time the dust settled, he came off as the most refined sheep within the class of those initial 4 and just ran out of sheer substance at the ground. Big back, beautiful symmetry. I want to tie him deeper down into his hock with muscle, let him go just a little stronger and stouter with a little bigger set of feet and legs. Completely 180. You can't get any more leg wool. You can't get any more apparent feature than what this blue sheep has. If we just had to stand him here and park him and judge him, he might win. Only problem is when we put him in motion, he's the most restricted on both ends of his framework. framework, and I got to see just a little longer hip design, a little more reach behind. But I mean, this guy is big and bold and clean, lots of freshness. If he's sound enough and long enough in his step for you, he can move up into second. Like the sheep when I'm right up on him, right here in 5 or 6. Right here's a good view when you step off to the side and study him. He's the long-bladed sheep that's the straightest in his shoulder relative to his flank line of the initial 6. As a result, balance was not in his favor. This sheep, where do you put his breed percentage in this particular class? I've had him as high as 3rd. I think this guy's really good. When we consider them all crossbred medium wool sheep, this view right here is going to hustle him in terms of that pin set and that spread behind. A complete opposite. This thing in 8th is ripped up. I mean, really gobby muscled and big backed and round ribbed. I thought he was a little short in his extensions, a little rounder on both ends of his framework than maybe I'd like to see. I'd like to see this sheep take a little longer step, but boy, he's big, pretty elevated, and the boy does a good job of showing him. I want him to let him transcend a little more muscularity down to his twist and into his hock, but that one's a big, pretty one. Next sheep coming out, structures is limiting factor, handling quality, extension, length of front, all of that's golden good. We just got to have him go just a little easier. Next sheep got a little soft, got a little plain out here, but I love his build. The next sheep down, a little bow-legged out here, but boy, a neat made one. Other than that, really thick stifled, really good top. Got a sheep that gets a little rough in his top line here, but handles really good when you're up on him. A little coarser shouldered sheep here, but lean and thick muscled, really stout, well-balanced lamb that closes. It's just the flattest view when you get in behind him. Let's congratulate, great set, Class 4 medium wools.
Okay, we're about to have our medium wool drive here in a moment. We also have 2 showmanship winners today for the Lamb Show, so if they are in the barn, please come up to the announcer's booth to get their bags. Those go to John Sawyer Harris of Tom Green County 4-H and Shane Flanagan of Runnels County 4-H. They can come up here to the stage and receive their bags if they're here. All right, we are ready to start the medium wool drive. Out of Class 22, in first place, we had McKinley Clem of New Home FFA. In second place, we had Preston Isom, Lampasas County 4-H. Out of Class 23, in first place, we had Max Fisher, Burke Burnett FFA. And second went to Briley Turner, Lampasas County 4-H. Out of Class 24, first place went to Tanner Lewis Swinson, Hopkins County 4-H. And second place went to Tori Fraze, Comanche County 4-H. Out of Class 25, first place went to Will Samuel Peters, Kendall County 4-H. And second went to Halen Gimbler, Guadalupe County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Results from the fourth class of medium wools. In first place, we had Will Peters, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Muse Club Lambs. Second went to Halen Gimbler, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder was Mike Jonas. Third went to Madeline Adams, Brown County 4-H. Breeder was Newsom Livestock. In fourth, we had Kaylee Lawson, Comal County 4-H. Breeder was Franklin Show Lambs. In fifth, we had Logan Jackson, Lipan FFA. Breeder was Neff Livestock. Sixth went to Morgan Hollingsworth, Valverde County 4-H. Breeder was Franklin Show Lambs. Seventh went to Logan Jackson, Lipan FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. In eighth, we have Jared Johnson, Ropes FFA. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farm. Ninth went to Reagan Thurman, Rudder FFA. Breeder was Hawes Club Lambs. And in 10th place, we had Cameron Crenwelge, Kerr County 4-H. Breeder was Chad and Deanne Perkins Club Lambs. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
I sure think the medium wool division, in all sincerity, has been an incredible set of sheep to put together out here as you go through each of the classes. And I think you can look at the class winners and you can look at the second place sheep within this drive and say, man, it was a good, a really, really good medium wool division at San Angelo this year. But I don't think it still will explain to those that weren't at this show the depth within these classes. It didn't take long in each of these classes to have 20 pulled out to resort to get to 15 and then to get to 15 to the top end. And so these exhibitors that stand before you, not only are they, in my opinion, driving some really, really good sheep, but they beat some really good sheep today within those divisions. And so the set, the depth, the quality has been tremendous. Your class winners, I think they do have similarities. I think your lightweight class winner is terribly unique in terms of his feature, his stoutness and hip. Really, really a neat made sheep. Our second place class winner has got that extension, that reach, and that really, really cool look. I think it hit 140. You know, you get in behind him, and as there's enough stifle and pin set there, then that one is sure commendable within this group. The next sheep that wins class 3, I thought was a tremendous class, and that upper 10 sheep in there were really, really good. I think he exemplifies a lot of things that I like to talk about in any species of livestock in terms of balance, in terms of quality, in terms of cutability and true muscle shape. Our class-winning class 4 sheep, this one's uniquely wide skeleton. He's wide-bodied, he's wide-backed, he's wide-hipped, he's really, really stout. You got to decide where you want to set, you know, at 170, that's plenty big. And then he's so level-hipped, you know, he just, I want to fix him there at his loin juncture just a little bit. Our second place sheep are tremendous. I think they fit together very well. I think there's a tremendous amount of quality within each of them. They are hard handling, they are ripped back, and they are athletic out here. And I think that's the name of the game. When we're trying to put market livestock together, we do want to push the envelope. I think that's what animal breeders do. We want the most of the most, and we want it all in one package. And I think these sheep come very close to meeting those criteria that I hold dear to my heart during selecting market livestock. And so with that stated, let's please those that are still here, you either have a dog in the fight or you're truly a diehard sheep fan that you're still watching. Let's put your hands together. Been an absolutely incredible medium wool division. I wanted to watch them trot again because when they move, take showmanship completely out of it. Not taking anything away from classes 1 and 2. Those are wicked, wicked good stock. Comes down to 3 and 4, and I think, in my opinion, take weight out of the equation, throw it out. They're both big. You know, they're both big, stout sheep, and so then just judge them from there. When you put these two sheep in motion, one of them ties their neck nicer into the front side of their shoulder, and then it brings up into a little nicer, neater blend at the top of their blade when they're in motion. Both are stout, both are wide. The second most unique one, and I'm big on unique, I want something different, and I want something that is a rare find. To me, for me personally, the second most unique one's the heavyweight class winner. He's going to be reserved today.
Our champion medium wool goes to Tanner Swinson, Hopkins County 4-H. And reserve champion goes to Will Samuel Peters, Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors. Tanner will be receiving a $1,500 breed scholarship, and Will receive a $1,000 reserve breed scholarship donated from the Turner family at the Johnson's Funeral Home. After the final drive, they will take photos. We need a parent or guardian to come to the ring for the first and second place lambs from the last class of medium bulls for validation purposes. All right, I think we are ready for our grand drive. Our champion fine wool went to Steely Thomas of Tom Green County 4-H. Steely is in the 5th grade. Parents are Chad and Barbie Thomas. Steely plans to go to Texas Tech, and her hobbies include showing, artwork, and baking. Oh, shoot. Our reserve champion reserve breed champion final went to Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Reagan is in the 7th grade. Parents are Kyle and Julie Smithwick. Plans to go to A&M Hobbies include livestock judging, showing, and sports. Our champion cross went to Haley Sanderson of Blackwell FFA. Haley's in the 12th grade. Parents are James and Heather. Haley plans on going to A&M, and she enjoys showing sheep. Our reserve champion cross went to James Cochran, Christoval FFA. James is in the 11th grade. His parents are Gary and Mary Ann Cochran. James plans to go to ASU, and his hobbies include showing sheep. Our champion Dorper went to Kendall Bone of Brazos County. Kendall is in the 7th grade. Her parents are Zane and Amber Bone. She plans on going to Texas A&M University. Kendall's hobbies include showing, running, and baking. Our reserve Dorper went to Ashlyn Tucker of Palo Pinto 4-H. Ashlyn is in the 12th grade. Her parents are Mark and Cindy Tucker. Ashlyn plans on going to Texas Tech University. She enjoys hunting elk, showing lambs, and goats. Our champion Southdown went to Reagan Smithwick of Runnels County 4-H. Reagan is in the 7th grade. Her parents are Kyle and Julie Smithwick. Reagan plans to go to Texas A&M. She enjoys livestock judging, showing livestock, and playing sports. Our reserve champion Southdown went to Clayton Ramsey, Brazos County 4-H. Clayton is in the 11th grade. Parents are Sean and Christy. He plans on going to Texas A&M University, and Clayton enjoys fishing, showing livestock, and playing baseball. Our champion medium wool went to Tanner Swinson of Hopkins County 4-H. Tanner is in the 12th grade. His parents are Guy and Amber Norris. Plans to go to college at Western Texas College. Tanner enjoys playing golf and hunting. And our reserve champion medium wool goes to Will Peters of Kendall County 4-H. Will is in the 8th grade. His parents are Sam and Kim. Plans on going to Texas A&M or Texas Tech University. He enjoys playing baseball, fishing, and showing livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for all of these exhibitors.
What an exciting 2 days of Market Lamb show it's been for me to come visit with you, share my opinions with you about the sheep, and I can't say enough just how overwhelmed I have been with the quality within each breed that we get out here, and we start to, we get to see, was I consistent throughout the 2 days? Was the sheep breed for breed? Did they represent their breed percentage? And then most importantly, do they meet the market parameters and market fundamentals of market lamb selection? And so I was really anticipating this drive because it's a chance for me to not only select your champion and reserve, but really go ahead and reflect, how did things fit together? Did they fit together well? Did I maintain consistency? That's very important to me as a show judge. I will reflect back and say, okay, what was close, what wasn't, what would I do next time if I ever had the opportunity to evaluate again, what would I change and what would I want to improve on? And so I'm very pleased with what we have to work with out here. Corey, the superintendent for the Market Lamb division here in Watt. Corey, if you want to come out and stand next to Watt, before we do anything else, we're going to put our hands together for these two human beings because without them, they would not have the San Angelo Market Lamb Show. Corey took a chance to have me down last year to judge sheep shows. I had never judged a Texas major sheep show before, and so I really thank them for allowing me to do that. And Watt, I don't know how he does it, but he can keep up with just about anybody. And I change my mind a lot. I'm hard to predict what I'm going to do next, and he never gets mad at me. And I'm sure maybe frustrated, but he never got mad. He's like, okay, we can make this work. We can make this work. To the crew, some were more productive than others, but there was some classifiers and some scale crew down here. And I tell you what, it takes a lot to have a good show. Okay, and I told him at lunch today, I wish every first-year 4-H family had to put on a show. Because once you put on a show, you realize how hard it is to do, whether it be the classifiers, whether it be the scale crew, or the supporting staff. I guess I could call the rest of them that sit here. Let's put our hands together for those folks. They're true leaders, within the sheep industry, within the state of Texas, because we are in sheep country. San Angelo's known for that, and what I wasn't prepared for last year was the quality of fine wools and fine wool crosses, and a gentleman came up to me last year and says, I'm the unofficial president of the West Texas Fine Wool Mafia. I didn't even know that existed, but evidently it does. And he said, for a Yankee, you did okay judging fine wools. And I guess we'll take that as a compliment that, they're good sheep. We talked yesterday about they're a little bit like Brahman cattle for a Midwestern person. We don't have a lot of these sheep up in our part of the world, but bottom line, these things are good. Grand and Reserve fit together tremendously good in that fine wool division. I'm pleased that they really have athleticism. They have carcass value. I think that's extra good. We go to the fine wool crosses. I was just excited to tie this pair yesterday afternoon because they represent so much good and so much right in current market lamb breeding and selection. They're both athletic. They're both proportional. And then you get your hands on these two, and they are really clean in their composition, really good in terms of their tone. Hey, my compliments to the Dorper breeders. I think last year my champion might have been a lightweight. In one calendar year, they've added at least 30 pounds of live weight to the champion Dorper. And if we want to talk about uniqueness from these 5 representatives, I've not judged a lot of Dorpers. In fact, this would be the second time I've ever judged Dorpers. This one's pretty unique. For a Dorper, tremendous carcass value, tremendous shape. And this guy gets out and he's got look, he's got balance. That one back there is truly an athlete. When that young lady brings him into the lineup, he is round-bodied and he is athletic, and I like that. The Southdowns, to have a pair of Southdowns handle like these two do is commendable to the breeders, commendable to the managers of these livestock, because I have learned with my 11-year-old, if a Southdown walks by a bag of feed, they can get fat, and they get fat in a hurry. Okay, these things are anything but fat. They are athletic. They are lean, mean fight machines. You can't handle a better